Well, I think another really good class of Berkshires. It's going to be fun to line up the top 10. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause for all the hard work they put in. Well, I think just another fantastic lineup, especially in these top 4 or 5 in this class. And I consider myself usually a pretty speedy judge, but I try to take time when time warrants. And I think time warrants right here, because there's a lot of things that you could just easy do in this class and not even think about it. And then there's a lot of things that, boy, my just gut feeling tells me, boy, there's things in here I really like that maybe isn't the obvious stuff, but it's a difficult class to line up. I think we got 4 outstanding individuals. The one I'm going to lead off the class with between this pair is the one that offers more extension, more length of stride than the other. Not saying it's perfect in his stride, but there's a definite advantage in length, in extension and length of stride. Young man to my right will have our class winner. You study that one up through his front 1/3 of his body, and that is impressive. That one's head, neck, chest floor, just gets out and there it goes. And then he gets the whip off it, and I think this is as key as anything. The whip drops off it, still a good-looking hog without the whip on it, and that's important to raise hogs that are that way. Is his hind leg absolutely perfect? No, but I think they've managed it and got it under control and got it good enough to win this class. The one in second, a powerhouse of an individual. This guy is a beast. He's short-backed, he is stout, he is powerful. His angles are really, really good. He just doesn't come at you with us on the side with it long through his front, as long through his rump is what our class winner does. The one that I have a hard time just not loving is this gilt right here. The gilt that lands in 3 is my kind. She is heavy, heavy duty. Those are some big fat legs on her. They're true and square to the ground. They motor and go. I like so many things about this gilt. You just get into a class with some barrels that have some extra wow features that's tough to get around, but an extremely good gilt that lands in 3rd. This 4th place barrel, I think you go a lot of places in the country, and this is your breed champion barrel here. His proportions are so good. You know, there's not much negative actually to say about him, just not as much far out features as some of the ones that we've seen in front of him. Extremely good top 4. A barrel in 5 I like a lot in terms of what he has to offer. He's extended, he's tall fronted, he's got a great profile. You get around behind him, he's actually got more power than I thought. I think he's a little past his prime. Maybe he'd been held on a little bit, just not as fresh and tuned in today as ideal. And that'll happen when you got one that's got some size and extension to it. And that's a good thing. We just got to have them just a little bit younger on show day. The one that comes out next, good practical Berk barrel that likes so many things about him. He needs to motor just a little easier off his rear too. The gilt that comes out of 7, really good looking, shapely, extended gilt. Just needs to have a little better proportions here. Young lady's got a nice sound Berkshire. It needs more shape. One's coming out of 9 and 10. Good hogs, just run into an awful good class. Let's give my compliments to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 2 of our Berkshire Market Hogs. Your class winner is Wyatt Shanemer from La Plata County. Second place is Ridge Kaiser from Weld County. Third place is Leah True from Otero County. Fourth place is Nicholas Hermes from Washington County. Fifth place is Brady Hopkins from Weld County. Sixth place is Cadence Hanhart from La Plata County. Seventh place is Trinity Bolger from Moffat County. Eighth place is Lauren Rushton from Prowers County. Ninth place is Braden Plum from Phillips County. And 10th place is Tyler Lines from Arapahoe County. Entering the ring now will be your selection for your champion Berkshire Market Hog. Coming out of Class 1, Sydney Vaughn with her Market Hog weighing 257 pounds. Coming out of Class 2 is Wyatt Shanemer from La Plata County, his hog weighing 290 pounds.
Well, the Berkshire breed is one that certainly has me intrigued myself. I think there's a lot of good in a lot of these barrows out here. They're fun to look at. I think we got 4 real special ones out here. The one I like best is Fresh. He's correct. He takes a good, comfortable stride. He's stout featured. The winner out of Class 1 will be our champion Berkshire. From there, you roll on both ends of the spectrum, maybe in terms of weight, but I think both very good, high-quality barrels. The one I like second best is our winner out of Class 2. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, and your champion Berkshire Market Hog is exhibited by Sidney Vaughn from Weld County. Your reserve champion Berkshire Market Hog coming out of Class 2 is Wyatt Schonemer from La Plata County. Congratulations to our Berkshire Market Hogs. Entering the ring now will be Class 3, our Chesters, hogs ranging in weight from 237 pounds to 290 pounds. We have one class of Chesters. Correction, our reserve is Wyatt Swanemeyer. Congratulations, Wyatt. Excellent job. For those of you interested in getting livestock photos today, ringside or backdrop photos, Beverly is here again this year, and feel free to stop by the backdrop if you'd like a backdrop photo. They're also in the ring here through the duration of the show. Those photos will be available at beverlyenglertphoto.com. The website is down yet this morning, but by the time we get through the hog show and get the hogs posted, hope to have that website up and running for you guys. So we appreciate them being here again this year, getting us pictures at the Colorado State Fair.
When our Chester class, I think, gets really close between a few of these out here and the last ones to make the pens, I think I just get a little hard on some of these out here in terms of just their rear legs, whether it's an injury or just the natural movement of them isn't as long and correct as it needs to be. But that's the general comments as far as what makes the pen and which doesn't here at that final cut. So let's give our a hand to these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
For those of you not with us earlier at the start during the Berkshire show, if you have friends and family unable to attend the Colorado State Fair, all of our junior market shows and showmanship are being broadcasted live by Mr. Taylor Fort and his crew. The live stream can be found on Facebook if you search Taylor Fort or at taylor.a.fort. You can find the live stream on YouTube, search Taylor Fort, and you'll find the Colorado State Fair, or on their website at taylorfort.com/live. We appreciate those guys coming and live streaming the event for us this year.
Well, just like the Berkshires, I think it's quite an accomplishment to get out here in these top 4 or 5 in a class, because the quality is extremely, extremely good as we get towards the top of these classes. In here, there's one that kind of runs away with it for me in terms of just the presentation and look that this one has from the side, the heaviness, duty of the skeleton, the squareness that it hits the surface. You know, in a great shape of back and plenty of product there to it. Young lady right in front of us has our champion Chester. From there, I think it gets a little bit closer, but the one I like next best certainly is another one that's really heavy structured. I think even maybe the most comfortable in his skeleton and his movement out here of any is the young man in the blue shirt. He's got our second place hog. Every now and then, this one would just not level out quite as neat and perfect as he needs to be over his top line, and I think that's one of the big factors that separates that top pair, but 2 very good ones there to lead off this class with. The one coming out of third, the young lady with the bow on my far left there, that's a powerful hog. Just a true market hog with product, you know, and performance appearance to me. Square built, stout structured, not as extended, not as quite as fresh and neat looking as some others, but still very good Chester market barrel. The one in 4 certainly is one that grabs your eye in a hurry. This one's presented well, great. Unbelievable shape of back and shape from behind, stout in his feature through his skull, you know, maybe not as stout through his front knee as some others, but my issue with him is just his rear end as he goes away. It's not perfect, but I think it's acceptable. Certainly a neat barrel that lands in the 4th hole. The one that comes out of 5, I told this kid this barrel is a rock star other than one area, and he is. I mean, this profile is absolutely incredible. Going away from you, he doesn't disappoint one bit, but coming right at you, he just simply needs to be better. He's not square enough in his knee, and that's going to give him a discount for me here today, but certainly has a lot of good things going for him. The one that comes out next, just a solid practical barrel here. I think that's relatively comfortable in his movement, got some shape, and he's fresh. I like the size and freshness of that one, no doubt. One that I slid in right away comes out next, lots of product, he's comfortable. He doesn't profile quite as neat. He runs downhill just a little bit. I like the young lady's barrel that comes out next, just needs to be more athletic in her movement. Kind of a bigger, maybe a little more refined one comes out next. I think that could have looked really good maybe a month ago. And then a gilt that rounds out the class. It just needs more comfort and ease as she goes away from me.
Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors. Your class winner and champion Chester is exhibited by Naomi Prince Schwab from Larimer County. Congratulations. Your second place and reserve champion Chester is exhibited by Bradley Hermes from Washington County. Your third place is exhibited by Cadence Hanhart from La Plata County. Your fourth place is exhibited by Emily Gray from Weld County. Your fifth place is exhibited by Jack Davis from Douglas County. Your sixth place is exhibited by Caleb Bangert from Weld County. Your seventh place is exhibited by Peyton Montgomery from La Plata County. Seventh place, yeah. Eighth place is exhibited by Sadie McWhirter from Elbert County. Your ninth place is exhibited by Chloe Stevens from Weld County. And rounding out the class in 10th place, Tuck Trumbull from Weld County. Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors. Entering the ring now will be class number 4, our first class of Duroc Market Hogs, class ranging in weight from 235 pounds to 277 pounds. This is the first of 2 Duroc Market Hog classes. Just a very gentle reminder, parents, show jocks, etc. We'd like as few of you in the holding pen as possible. Turns out Mr. Olson will select which hogs he likes, regardless of who's spraying on them. So we would like kids only, if possible, in the waiting area. Thank you.
As we get into our first Duroc class here, you know, much like probably the other breeds and what we're going to see throughout the day, you know, it becomes almost a structure sort on what makes the pens and doesn't. I mean, these hogs have plenty of product to them. There's no doubt we've got hogs out here that'll have more than enough meat in them. It's which ones have the best skeletons, which sorts them. So one piece of advice I have for you is, have anybody that's listening, if you come in again, as a judge like backs away, don't just come up and crowd me. I'm trying to back away to get more of a look. And you notice a lot of them ones, not saying this because of this, but it did help that I grabbed a pen later on in whatever you want to call it, the Dead Sea, were ones that were a little ways off that I could really see. So if you hear that, pass the word around the barn. Don't drive at my knees when I back up. There'll be times I'll move forward towards you, and that'll mean I want to see it close. But if I'm backing up, don't crowd me in a corner. So let's give a hand to these exhibitors as they head out the exit.
Also assisting us in the ring today will be the livestock judging team from Colorado State University. Miss Kendall Reichenstein is here. Also Ryan Gifford and Mesa Kuntz with their team. We appreciate Colorado State coming down and also working with NJC to run our hog boards today. We appreciate both of those livestock judging teams being here. Once again, we also appreciate Mr. Bo Sanders and his crew for running the scales over here for us throughout the week. Those scales are around the barn. If you'd like to visit about one of these scales, feel free to come down and chat with Bo and his crew. So again, we appreciate the folks at Northeastern Junior College, Colorado State University, and Bo and his crew for doing an outstanding job making this hog show run smoothly today.
A pair of red barrels out here that surfaced to the top for me relatively easily, and I think there's certainly some give and take here, but the one that suits me the best is the young man in the blue shirt will have the class winner. This one for me really is athletic. He's really comfortable in his skeleton. He just gets out and goes with such ease and movement and true and square to the ground. His big advantage in this pair, I think, is his freshness and his length and extension through the front 1/3 of his body, I think is so good. He's kind of got that hair that kind of all stands up that maybe takes away a little bit from him, but that is one impressive barrel when you get right on him, and I think when you're away from him, seeing his extra athleticism and extension. The one that probably hits you instantly the easiest is this power barrel that lands in 2. There's tremendous amount of mass and power to this. He's stout featured. He too is relatively comfortable in his movement, but as you just stand back and study him, he needs to be neater. And that's about the easiest and best way to say it through that front 1/3 to be a class winner right here. The gilt that lands in 3rd. I think this gilt is awfully good. Maybe just doesn't have some of the wow factors of the other ones in front. And I think if you really break down and study the way that hip and hind leg moves, I think you'd favor the advantages that the barrels have in that department as well. Kind of the different one lands in 4, and if you don't appreciate what this one has to offer, I think you better open your eyes. It's not the most highly presented one in terms of skin and hair and just that maxed out look, but this one has got some wow pieces to it. Look at the chest floor through it. Look at the front end, that head and neck. Big legs underneath that one. Maybe just doesn't tie it all together quite as neat as the ones in front of them, but that's certainly a barrel that needs some comments made about him. Very nicely presented barrel here that lands in 5. That's got the basics covered extremely good. I don't think he's quite as elevated and neat and extended, and I think for his size, there's maybe not as much future there in him, but I think that's a good solid barrel that lands in 5. The other opposite can be said, the one that comes out next. He's big and extended, and I love his height to his front end, his extension, and look. He needs more mass and power, and I think this is the kind that could get it if he just had a couple more weeks to go. Next, coming out, a barrel, and then we get down here the line, it's going to be structure here. You know, we've analyzed the body type of this one. You're not disappointed. The movement needs to be improved. Same thing about that dark one. Really impressive on the top side of his skeleton. He's big-legged. He's just too short and choppy in his movement. As we go on down to 9 and 10, a couple that just get a little too open and bold in their shoulder to blend and balance as good as they need to. Great class of red ones to lead off that breed.
Congratulations to our winners from Class 1 Duroc Market Dogs. In first place is Gavin Pittington from Jackson County. In second place is Courtney Steinkamp from Weld County. In third place is Kaylee Pieper from Otero County. In fourth place is Trinity Bolger from Moffat County. In fifth place is Addison Hodson from Weld County. In sixth place is Tyler Ziegler from Kit Carson County. In seventh place is Brady Metcalf from Yuma County. In eighth place is Lexi Quick from Larimer County. In ninth place is Cooper Hanhart from La Plata County. And in 10th place is Zach Vaughn from Weld County. Entering the ring now is Class 5, class number 2 of Durocs. Market Dogs weighing from 278 pounds to 290 pounds. Following this class will be the selection of your champion Duroc Market Dog. Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement here. We have some folks from CSU Department of Animal Science. Hannah up here. Hannah, give them a nice wave. Let these people know who you are. Hannah is here with us today, working on her master's. Needs to collect some data to put her thesis together. She will be here today only, working with our hog exhibitors. Hannah needs some help collecting surveys about African swine fever, and would like to visit with some of you folks and gather some information about that. She will be traveling around through the barns here ringside, and will be over here at the Colorado State University booth. So if you get a chance to take a couple minutes and visit with Hannah and assist her in her master's and thesis project, that would be great. So thank you guys. Again, she'll be wandering around in the barns, here ringside, and over at the CSU booth.
Well, I think we could just record what I said in the last class and say it all over again. And I just want you guys to understand that as families exhibiting, in that when you pick out your projects and you work with ones and you decide, focus on the skeletons, focus on the structure. That is what makes the difference. Don't fool yourself and think that you need to have the most muscular one or anything else like that. You need to have, you have a good structured one, you will make these pens. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Another announcement for all of our livestock exhibitors. The Colorado State University Department of Animal Science is here and will be here throughout all of our junior livestock shows. Sam Cunningham is here and excited about the youth of the state of Colorado. And Sam is here. Be sure to register over at the CSU booth. They have a daily drawing. You can win some swag sponsored by CSU Department of Animal Science, the Colorado Beef Council, the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, and the Colorado Livestock Association. They will do drawings each day for coolers, water bottles, backpacks, etc. Today, they ask that you please enter before the final drive of Crossbreds, before the last class of Crossbreds, and they will do that drawing today right around the Grand Drive here later on this evening. So again, please make your way over to the Colorado State University area and enter for a drawing. They also have a drawing that will take place over the duration of our market hog show, or our market shows, and will be completed at the end of our junior market shows. They will be drawing for two Nutrient Ag Day packages. Each one of these packages will have 4 barbecue tickets, 4 football tickets, and 1 parking pass for the CSU Ag Day football game. Anyone can enter. Again, same place over at the CSU booth. and they'd like you to enter by the end of the junior market shows here at the Colorado State Fair. So we appreciate Colorado State University Department of Animal Science for coming down and supporting our youth this year at the Colorado State Fair. Lots of neat drawings and opportunities available over there. If you are a senior and wanting to discuss potential school opportunities as well, I'm sure Sam would be more than happy to visit with you about those things. So be sure to head on over there and enter for the drawings.
certainly more challenging. Class that doesn't fall together quite as logically as a lot do, but I think we arrive on the best two here at the end in terms of just look and design and adequate in their movement. I think we've drove some of these out here a long ways, and we've got to take that in consideration. And here's a lesson to be learned. Anybody that pay attention exactly what happened in this class is don't give up. You know, generally first impressions mean a whole heck of a lot, and they do. And there's one out here that did that, and there's one out here that did not give me a good first impression. And there's little details about the hog that make it a little understanding. Sometimes you're not going to get that perfect look, whether you take a wrong step or whatever the circumstance is. If you got a good one, don't give up, and that's the case here. The good one doesn't find a pen for a long, long time, but wins the class, young lady in the pink shirt. This one's heavy structured, got tons of product, handles it really good. She gets that one out and drove. Stout skull, good looking. You know, and I think maintains his comfort as good, better than our second place one, and as good as some other ones in the thick of things. The one that comes out next. You know, I like so many things about this one initially, as far as just true and square to the ground. Had everything running north and south. I knew he wasn't quite maxed out, but he wears down out here a little bit and tightens up just a little bit out of his hip and hind leg, and I think that's as much as anything what ends up landing him in second. The one in third. Good practical hog. I mean, I thought when this one come back out, I thought, man, I don't know if there's the one in this class, a hog like this could win. He's opened up through his chest floor. He's got power going away. But you really study him in comparison to those two in front of him. He's not as sharp in his look. He doesn't have as much of that just extra factor to put him up above. Now, I might be one that likes this one more than other people, and I'll tell you why. I think this hog looks extremely fresh. I think he's got great look through his front end, and his shape to his back and rump is incredible. I think he's still got some rawness to him. He's not got too much fluff. He simply isn't heavy enough structured. We need bigger legs under them to get that wow factor all encompassed. The one that comes out of 5 does have some big legs. He needs to handle himself more like an athlete. He's a little more of a bodybuilder in terms of his movement. Coming out of 6, good looking, tall fronted, shapely, square built one. He tired out a little bit. If he wouldn't have done that, I think he could have played up there maybe in that top trio pretty easily. The one that comes out next, good fundamental hog. He's not 100% on the right rear leg there, which lands him down. Just a good basic hog coming out of 8. Needs to have a little more as he goes away from you, as he hits the surface. And going on to 9 and 10. I think good hogs certainly deserving of pens. We just run into a tough class where you need a little better movement and stoutness to rise up the line.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 2 in our Market Hog division. Your class winner is Carolina Tannen from Douglas County. Second place is Casey Tuxhorn from Larimer County. Third place is Peyton Montgomery from La Plata County. Fourth place is Mackenzie Consall from Rio Grande County. Fifth place is Caden Bangert from Weld County. Sixth place is Levi Mock from Douglas County. Seventh place is Parker Dressel from Yuma County. Eighth place is Aiden Miller from Morgan County. Ninth place is Aiden Pittington from Jackson County. And 10th place is Avery Gray from Weld County. At this time, we will be selecting our champion Duroc Market Hog. Coming out of Class 1 is Gavin Pittington from Jackson County. Second in that class was Courtney Steinkamp from Weld County. And coming out of Class 2 was Carolina Tannen from Douglas County. Second in that class was Casey Tuxhorn. Congratulations to these 4 exhibitors.
We get our 2-class winning red barrels out here, and they don't all have to be cut from the same mold. I like different types and kinds, and it just matters which one brings the best to the table. And I think each of them do some things extremely well. The winner out of the first class of reds, I think, like we talked him in class, being a real fresh, youthful, really comfortable in his skeleton kind of hog that runs everything north and south, just gets out there and motors and goes. You get up on him, I think there's more than a guy expects. There's good amount of shape to his top and his rump. Like I said, that fuzzy hair just takes a little bit away from that. The one that comes out of our second class is the stout power hog. He's bigger legged, he's more opened up as he comes and goes. There's a tremendous amount of power in him. So there's some trade-offs there, back and forth between the pair. The one that I like best, I think, is extremely good in his comfort and ease. Our winner out of our first class will be champion. The winner out of the second class will be reserve.
Your champion Duroc Market Hog, coming out of our first class of Durocs, is exhibited by Gavin Piddington of Jackson County. And your reserve champion Duroc Market Hog is exhibited by Carolina Tannen from Douglas County. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is our spot division. Just a single class. This will represent also our grand and reserve spot market hog. These hogs are weighing from 235 to 290 pounds. We'd also like to take this time to thank a few of our sponsors and some of the folks that have made this show a success. If you guys are exhibiting these market hogs, you've dealt with these guys so far this week, but the guys from the National Swine Registry are up front here, and we appreciate those guys for coming every year and supporting the Colorado State Fair and helping this event be a success. So we appreciate these guys from the National Swine Registry being here with us today. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause for all the effort they put in.
Well, I think a very deep competitive class of spots out here, and I'll mention a couple in this class before we exit here. Like this barrel right here, I think he's got a lot of good going for him. I think he's one that could have looked better maybe a month ago or no. He's a little maybe not quite as fresh and shapely as he needs to be. And opened up. It looked maybe been held on a little bit. The young girl in this orangish shirt right here, orangish pink shirt, really a shapely gilt here. It just needs to motor a little bit better off her rear legs. And young lady in pink's got one with a lot of thickness and power to it. Just need to extend it, make it a little better from the profile. But several good barrels and gilts out here still. Let's give these kids a hand as they exit the ring. All right, good, 4 really good spot barrels out here. I think in a pair here at the top that surface pretty logically. The young lady that's going to win the class is to my left here. Our champion spot, I think, does so just, again, comfort of skeleton and angles. I think we got just slight differences that make big differences in this case. Just look at the angles that are laid into the skeleton, not only through that front shoulder and that front knee, but also that hip and hind leg. Just the angle and flex that this one has is superior to the other one. I think she's just dead on in her body type. She's got some extension. She's really square, coming and going. Just so many positives about that barrel that can be listed off one after another. The barrel that comes in second is the Wow barrel, no doubt. This one's bigger legged. He's stouter featured. He's maybe even more elevated through his front end. He's got an incredible just presentation and look to him that'll just blow you away. But me, for this judge holding the mic here today, he gets just a little upright in terms of the angle to his skeleton. That's the difference that separates that pair. 2 very good barrels there at the top. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. The barrel that lands in third, certainly one I love so many things about in terms of being heavy structured, opened up, and square built, extended. You know, he doesn't drive quite as good today in both in terms of cooperation and length of ease of going out here without getting annoyed. So, you know, that hurts him a little bit. I think it caused him to tighten up ever so slightly that I couldn't say that he had a big advantage in terms of structure over those 2 in front of him. The barrel that lands in fourth, just a good barrel. I mean, this guy is comfortable in his movement, got tons of product, the kind you just be happy to have all day long. In relation to the ones in front of him, he doesn't have that wow factor through his front 1/3. One that certainly does have all the extras right here comes out of 5. This one's just so good in so many areas in terms of the shape to his top and behind his extension. He's just simply too sore up front off that shoulder or pad or whatever it is to roll it higher. I wish that wasn't the case because that barrel has so much good in him. The one that comes out next, very comfortable in his movement. This young man just has an easy time driving him because this guy will just do whatever you want in terms, because the angles are right. He's very extended, athletic, stout enough. He needs to be freshened up a little bit to play a little harder with the ones in front of him. Kind of a youthful, square-built one coming out next. A little smaller in this class, and that's just fine. But the thing, that's not anything or the reason why it sorts him. He simply gets a little tighter in his movement, lands him lower in this class. A powerful body built one here coming out next, tremendous amount of shape. He needs to be extended, get a little more comfortable and ease in his movement. This gilt that comes is heavy structured, shapely, good looking, needs to be more comfortable. When we round out one, this is maybe just a little quicker in his maturity pattern. But good class, congratulations to those spot exhibitors.
Congratulations to our spot exhibitors. Your class winner and champion is Cashley Hayden from Weld County. Second in class and reserve champion spot barrel is Lexi Quick from Larimer County. Third in class is Madison Matthew from Otero County. Fourth in class is Colton Hermes from Washington County. Fifth in class is Quincy Bassler from Washington County. Sixth in class is Coyd Yanker from Weld County. Seventh in class is Jace Searsma from Mesa County. Eighth in class is Audrey Davis from Douglas County. Ninth in class is Dawson Dever from Weld County. And 10th in class is Kaylee Pieper from Otero County. Congratulations to our spot exhibitors. In the ring now is class number 7, single class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. Hogs weighing from 253 to 290 pounds. This will also be our champion drive of Yorkshire Market Hogs.
Well, as we dismiss the rest of these Yorkshire exhibitors, I think a nice class. They just need to add a little more stoutness in a lot of these hogs, get pretty refined as they go to the surface, and give them more comfort and ease in terms of their skeleton. But let's give all these exhibitors a good round of applause as they exit the ring. Well, class of Yorkshires here that, I don't know, maybe it's a matter of pick your poison after you get off the top here of what you want to do. But I think the easy thing to do is to find the one that is your champion Yorkshire, because he does so easily. Young lady in the black shirt wins this class. This barrel is just so comfortable, so proportional, and just so good in just all the fundamentals, and then it's got that extra in terms of back shape, look, one that just handles this class really easy, like I said. After that, I think we've got one that has got some intriguing parts and pieces. We're going to go with the young lady on the black shirt to be second. This one's heavy structured. He's got a really good hind leg in him as he motors and goes. You like him as he goes away. As he comes at you, he isn't quite as neat and true as he needs to be, but still a good solid barrel to land in second. The one in third, standing still, I think you could admire a lot of things about this one in terms of his proportions and balance and power and stoutness that he does have to offer. He's big-legged, but he just needs to be more comfortable and athletic. He gets a little short and choppy in his movement as he gets out and goes. Kind of a fresher looking one here that's got good shape to his body and it presented real well. I love the trueness and squareness that this one hits the ground with, coming and going. But he just needs to be stouter in his feature, get out and go with a little more ease to get up the line. Now the one in five is the interesting cat in this class. That one's tall fronted, short back, got some angulation to his hip and hind leg, just coming right at you. Maybe I get a little harder on that than I should, but I just don't like it at all. The simplest way to say it. You get closed up at the knee. I think the hock placement isn't quite right. The body of that one is so good. I think if we could just put different legs on it and true it up to the surface, we get awful excited about a barrel like that. Similar can be said right here. The young man drives here. The body shape of this one is awesome. I mean, he is a powerful, big back, big rump barrel that's got the right angles, maybe from the side of his skeleton. You get around behind him, he just gets too far out of bounds. We need to bring him back in and square him up right there to play in the game, in my mind. The tall boy in the blue shirt comes out with a real muscular one here that you love the fresh shape that this one has in terms of his muscle pattern. He just needs to be stoutened up in his feature. Just give that look of some of those other ones above of them to play the game harder. Same can be said, following up right there. The one coming out of 9, really stout and powerful in his build. He needs a little blended, a little more of that look, a little more comfort off his hind leg to go up the line, and a shapely one that just needs more bone to round out our top 10. Again, let's give these Yorkshire's exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to our Yorkshire exhibitors. Our class winner and champion Yorkshire is exhibited by Ellie Stevens from Weld County. Your second in class and reserve Yorkshire is exhibited by Anna Kragerud from Boulder County. Third place is exhibited by Mason Hodson from Weld County. Fourth place is exhibited by Callie Johnson from Weld County. Fifth place is exhibited by Corey Pieper from Otero County. Sixth place is exhibited by Jackson Hodson from Weld County. Seventh place is exhibited by Parker Dressel from Yuma County. Eighth place is exhibited by Jolie Ontiveros from Weld County. Ninth place is exhibited by Mackenzie Morrow from Pueblo County, and rounding out the class in 10th place is Trip Kaiser from Weld County. Up next will be our single class of dark OPBs. Hogs in this class range in weight from 235 pounds to 290 pounds. Again, this will be a single class. Our champion reserve will come from this class. A reminder that if you have friends and family unable to attend the Colorado State Fair in person, Taylor Fort and his crew are live streaming the show. 3 ways to find the live stream. First one is Facebook. You can search Taylor Fort or at taylor.a.fort. Find these videos being live streamed. You can use YouTube. Search Taylor Fort. Find the Colorado State Fair Market Hog Show there. Or you can visit their website, taylorfort.com/live. If you have family and friends unable to attend the Colorado State Fair this year, Taylor and his crew do a great job. You see them out in the middle of the ring videoing these hogs, giving great views. They do excellent work. So we appreciate Taylor and his crew being here with us this year for the Colorado State Fair. If you're interested in purchasing ring shot photos and getting backdrops, Beverly and her crew are here once again at the Colorado State Fair. They will have ring shots and backdrops from our Market Hog Show available at beverlyenglertphoto.com. Those the website should be up and running here hopefully later this afternoon or tomorrow. And feel free to get a hold of Beverly and get those photos if you'd like to purchase those. So we appreciate both Taylor and his crew and Beverly and her gals for being here this week with us to support our junior market exhibitors. Let's give a round of applause to our dark OPB exhibitors exiting the ring.
Well, it's always interesting when you throw a few breeds together and analyze them together, and the ones I guess that surface to me do so for a combination of factors, not only their body build, but probably more importantly their structure in these three hogs. And between these three, the one that rises to the top in this particular class, I think, is really heavy structured, really mobile, really good profiling. Certainly not the power hog in terms of product or muscle in this class, but the young man with the belt Hampshire barrel will win this class. From there, the give and take doesn't get any easier. As you got this Hampshire gilt with a great look, great shape. She needs more bone. And then you got the Poland barrel that's really darn good barrel in terms of just his proportions, his shape, his power, his natural width to his skeleton. He's not quite as comfortable in his movement, particularly out his hip and hind leg. And that's where the trade-off, I guess, becomes, is do you go with the comfort of movement, or do you go with a little more power and skeletal heaviness of duty there? I'm going to go ahead and use the Hampshire gilt in second and the Poland barrel in third. The one that comes out of four, certainly one that grabbed my attention right away. Good looking, shapely, powerful one. You get right on this one and it just blows you away. You stand back off it, and that's where the problems arise. That hip pops up there a little high. The rear legs don't function quite as good as they need to. Probably the best hog in the class, ignoring the one obvious factor, is the one that comes out of five. Whether you agree that should discount it all the way to fifth or not is something that could be debated. But beyond the bad pasterns, that's the best one we got in this class. The Hamp barrel that comes out next, really wide and powerful in his skeleton, really shapely. He needs to come actually within himself a little bit more. If he was just narrowed up ever so slightly, I think things would tie together the way they need to. A nice Poland barrel here. He closes up at his knee a little bit more than I would desire. One that doesn't really cooperate here a whole lot or get a good show, but this one's closed up at the surface as well, more than ideal. Opposite end of the spectrum with this Hampshire barrel, we need to bring him back in within himself, and a big outlined one to finish out these top 10.
Congratulations to our dark OPB exhibitors. Your class winner and champion goes to Boston Banger from Weld County. Your second in class and reserve champion is Lola Mitchell from Delta County. Third place is Carly Jeffcoat from La Plata County. Fourth place is Jelani Gonzalez from Custer County. Fifth place is Chloe Stevens from Weld County. Sixth place is Parker Dressel from Yuma County. Seventh place is Corey Yanker from Weld County. Eighth place is Madison Matthew from Otero County. Ninth place is Braden Fields from Weld County. And 10th place is Aubrey Naranjo from Rio Grande County. As our judge is using the restroom quickly, we will be transitioning into our Crossbred Market Hog Show. We will have 3 divisions in this particular show: lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight. We will be selecting your lightweight champion prior to moving on to the medium weight division. Remember, over at the Colorado State University Animal Science booth, to my right, they have 2 drawings going on. They have a daily drawing for all livestock exhibitors to have the opportunity to win some swag sponsored by Colorado State University Department of Animal Science, the Colorado Beef Council, Colorado Cattlemen's Association, and the Colorado Livestock Association. Exhibitors can win coolers, water bottles, backpacks, etc. And For today's drawing, they ask that exhibitors please enter the drawing prior to the final class of our crossbreds. Again, they will have those drawings daily for swag from Colorado State University Department of Animal Science. They have an overall drawing that will conclude following our final junior market show here at the Colorado State Fair. CSU Department of Animal Science will be drawing for 2 Nutrient Ag Day packages. Each package has 4 Ag Day barbecue tickets, 4 football tickets, and a parking pass. Again, enter for those drawings at the CSU booth. Also, if you haven't had a chance yet, we have a CSU Animal Science grad student. Her name is Hannah. She is walking around the hog barn here in the show ring and also at the CSU booth. Hannah is conducting surveys for her master's in relation to African swine fever, gathering information. If you get the opportunity to take a survey and help her in her data collection, she would very much so appreciate it. Hannah has a green Colorado State University shirt on today. She will only be here for the hog show today. So if you get a chance to assist her in her data collection, she would very much so appreciate it. As we get started back into the crossbreds, want to reintroduce our judge for the day, Mr. Ben Olson. Been doing a very good job so far today, at least in my opinion. That's the one that matters, Mr. Olson. I've got the mic, so you're good to go there. He's from Irene, South Dakota, where he raises show pigs and breeding stock. He also has a few show cattle. He's judged all over the country and is a graduate from South Dakota State University. We appreciate Mr. Ben Olson being here with us today. Again, this will be Class 9, our first class of crossbred market hogs. This will be the first class in the lightweight division. We need entry 1738, Livy Tannen, to please make your way to the show ring. All the hogs in Class 9, first class of crossbreds, weigh 235 pounds. For those of you that are just joining us, each one of these hogs at the top end of this class, the top 5, must weigh back and meet a 5% weigh back. Hogs that do not meet the weigh back are disqualified. Mr. Bo Sanders and his crew are here again at the Colorado State Fair and will be with us for the duration of the Junior Market Show. They graciously spend their time and bring their scales here for us each and every year in support of our junior exhibitors. So we appreciate those guys and the time and effort that they put in here to our junior exhibitors at the Colorado State Fair.
As we start that crossbred division, I think we got off to a good start here with a few able to slide in the pens. Again, like we've done in other classes, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for all the hard work they've put in this summer. Well, in our first class, I guess we lost a couple, which is unfortunate. There were a couple good ones there, but it happens. We're going to go ahead and start the class off with the belted barrel there in the center. Really a tall fronted, short back, stout skulled, shapely one. I wish he'd motor just a little more ease off his rear too, but still a nice way to go ahaid and start the class with. The gilt in the center of the ring is going to be second. One that profiles really good, got good shape. You know, she too maybe has a little bit of a swivel. I thought about, well, you maybe switch that pair, but I don't think it's enough advantage in terms of that movement to justify that. And then we go into the other thin belted barrel to be third in this class. Really shapely on the profile. This one just gets out and goes with great athleticism and ease. You get around right behind him, he needs to be squared up a little bit in terms of how he plants off those rear two. Young lady that'll be fourth now is a small gilt. It's got great shape, great look. She's a little smaller here, maybe a little softer on her feet, but there's some neat pieces in that one, no doubt. Kind of a tall fronted, heavy structured one here that comes next. I love the look. I think this is the kind that can just get better with age as she fill and mass her up. This barrel has got all the proportions the way they need to. He just needs to be more athletic and get out and go. A good looking blue barrel that comes out the next hole. We just need to bring him back within himself on his rear two, and we round out these top ones with a tall fronted one. Again, we just needs to fix her off the way she handles the rear two.
Yep. Congratulations to our exhibitors. In Class 9, our first class of lightweight crossbreds. Your class winner is Olivia Dever from Weld County. Second in class was Zach Vaughn from Weld County. Third in class was Madeline Joseph from Weld County. Fourth in class was Maylee McLennan from Adams County. Fifth in class was Jolie Ontiveros from Weld County. Sixth in class was Ilana Consol from Rio Grande County. Seventh in class is Bristol Lesky from La Plata County. And eighth in class was Callie Johnson from Weld County. At this time, Class 10, which is the second class of lightweight crossbreds, will be entering the ring. These hogs also weigh 235 pounds.
Well, it gets really close out here. I think we got a lot more depth in this particular class, and there's good hogs out here that aren't going to get a pen, and depending on who's out here standing there, might put their priorities a little bit different on where they belong. And you know, I'm going to keep an 11th one. We're going to keep that hairy blue one just to see how it falls into place. But there's a lot of other ones that I think are darn close, just don't tie it all together. And I'll mention a few. I think the young lady in the black shirt has got one that's got the right body type and style, but you know, just from the get-go, that one was really short and choppy in her step, just didn't get out and go. The young man right here's got a good-looking one with great shape. Doesn't handle his rear legs quite right, needs some bigger rear legs at the same time. I know there's a taller boy there that had one. You know, I think he's true and square to the ground, but the rump is just too short and gets too short and choppy, and in his movement, you know, just a little bit skeletal changes we'd want to make on most of them, but I think you just got to take it for what it's worth, get out here and give it another try next year, try to work on structural improvements as much as anything. So let's give these kids a round of applause as they exit.
An announcement is being made in the hog barn as well, exhibitors, but for those of you ringside, if you see a set of ear notching pliers, could you please take them to our DNA table up against the wall? They have misplaced their pliers. If you see a pair of ear notching pliers, could you please take them to the DNA table?
Well, I think a lot of things can come into play here into making your decision, because there's not necessarily just one that's just going to run to the top without any questions asked in this class. I think there's hogs with a lot of good in them and got to be complimented for that. The one that's going to go ahead and suit me the best when I just step off them here as we get out and drive, I think one that has some stoutness of feature, but at the same time is very fresh and youthful looking. Is opened up in his chest floor, got great productive ability look in terms of the rib shape and body, just that he hasn't just been taken forever just to get here, just looks the right part. That white barrel is going to be the one to win this class. And I'm one that, hate to say negatives about my class winner, but I also like to explain myself and where that one needs to be better in terms of just smoothness off the rear two. Our second place one is just the same. So it's a negating factor for you around ringside that say that one doesn't move perfect. Our second one in class don't move perfect either. The second one in class is going to be the also one that when you step right off them and analyze them from a distance from the sides, has the advantage in terms of height and extension and length to that front end, length to the rump, and levelness. The young lady has our second place. Now the young man in the red shirt's driving a barrel that's really easy for me to love. This one is a dark skin, shiny, comfortable and smooth in his skeleton. And he has class advantages in that way so easily. And that's why I gravitated to him so hard, so quickly. Just the way that he can get out and go with just such ease and movement. But when you step off him from a distance, he's at a disadvantage in compared to our class 2 in terms of that look from the profile. That's what lands him in third. The one in fourth is the interesting creature here, and no doubt creature would probably be the word for it. He is really stout-skulled. He's got a monster hind leg that functions really, really good, and he functions out of his shoulder really good. So his problem is, as he drives straight at you, he's just simply too closed up in his chest floor. It's too close in his knee. For me, he doesn't look as fresh and youthful as I'd ideally like and what I'd maybe see in the ones in front of him. But where that one's good, that one is really, really good. Kind of a massive bodied built one here comes out next, and he's kind of blimped up to the max. I like his length of stride and reach out of both ends of his skeleton. His angulation is so good. But you study his skull right up through his stout nose and all that. It's not as stout. He gets refined up through his face, refined as he hits the surface, and that's his deciding factor in my mind that lands him where he's at. The gilt that comes out next, I like her feature that she's got. Her body shape and mass is incredible. She isn't quite as comfortable off her rear two, but that's being nitpicky. I think a darn good gilt there. The one that comes out next, good looking, massive one, big legs, gets out in motors. He maybe swivels his rump a little bit. And then of course, you look at him on the back side of behind his sheath, and we got a little more swelling there and ideal. I saw it right away. I thought, I'm gonna ignore it for a while, but you can't ignore that. It's there, it needs to be discounted for. A real intriguing one here, no doubt. And from the profile, this one offers you some great value in terms of that length and extension and angle and flex. He gets a little down on his feet, coming right at you, doesn't open up as much, just doesn't tie together quite as neat as Perfect B. But there is certainly positives in that one. Really a dead level one, and this dead level one, that actually becomes its detriment as that rump becomes too level and that tail head hits up too high. That suffers his movement as he goes away from you. A really hairy stout one, we need to fix this one off a rear leg, and maybe I single trait judged that a little too hard, but that's the way I see it. rear leg's unacceptable in my mind. And then we round out with this blue one we stuck around. I'm glad I stuck it around just to make sure I was right in my mind. But it just refines up too much through its skull, gets too flat on its front feet. You ignore those things, the rest of that hog is awfully intriguing.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 10. Your class winner in first place is Jake King from Washington County. Second place is Haley Walker from Weld County. Third place is Blaze Davis from Douglas County. Fourth place is J.C. Sumter from Los Animas County. Fifth place is Callie Lemon from Elbert County. Sixth place is Emery Chamberlain from Yuma County. Seventh place is Mackenzie Consall from Rio Grande County. Eighth place is Rylan Kimball from Montrose County. Ninth place is Brandon McDaniel from Kit Carson County. 10th place is Briley Super from Prowers County. And 11th place is Sydney Vaughn from Weld County. In the ring now is class number 11, our third class of lightweight crossbreds. These hogs weighing in range from 236 to 239 pounds. This is a reminder, exhibitors, that the grand drive will take place this evening, 30 minutes following the selection of our champion heavyweight crossbred. The grand drive this evening will take place 30 minutes following the grand drive selection of our champion crossbred. Heavyweight crossbred.
All right, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit. I think we get pretty special 3-4 market hogs here at the top of this class. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man in the center of those three. That one's really got, you know, so many little details, I think, right. And detail advantages over maybe our second and third, fourth place hogs in terms of the feet are right, in terms of the strength up front, the squareness of the toes, the proportions of the body. You know, we can all see he's got plenty of shape and power, and he's good looking in that. But there's this little nitpicky fine details that I think that separates him to win. Now the one in second, I'll admit, goes out with a little bit of an easier stride as soon as, you know, especially as this drive wears on. The angles and reach of this one is even better than our class winner. The shape is obviously tremendous. His stoutness of feature is way good. His extension through his front end is a big factor in terms of positive. He's get a little soft on his feet, and I haven't talked about that much today, and I try to stay away from it unless it's a major problem. You know, that's a discount there, right there. If we could just strengthen him in his front, that would elevate him a little bit, and I think that would really top off the package there in that particular barrel. But still, a great pair at the top. Certainly some give and takes in some of those details to be analyzed. The gilt that lands in third. I like so many things about this one. Talk about the design from the side in terms of the way the hip, the angulation of the hip is ideal. The angulation of the rear leg is so good. But at the same time, you step around that behind this one, and she's the one that maybe plants on the outside of her rear foot, particularly her right as much as any. But that one's heavy structured, good looking, high quality market hog that lands in the third hole. The one in fourth, this one's sharp, shapely, crisp, you know, the way I want him to be. He's proportional, he's good looking, really opened up, massive in his chest floor, leaves the way the same way. He gets a little straighter and harder in terms of the flex and movement of his skeleton, but that's getting real picky a one. I thought we had 4 at the top of this class that are extremely good. The one in 5 has as much shape and fresh look to him as any of them. I love those things about him. He gets out in motors and good. I think we've got a lot of compliments to be said about these hogs. He's not as stout in his feature, and he is another one that gets down on his feet a little more than ideal. The young lady's little gilt here, that's a market gilt, no doubt. That one's got power from front to rear, really big in her blade and top. She handles it quite well. I think that one just comes in a touch of a smaller package than some of the ones in front of her, which could be a little bit of detriment as time would go on. The young lady that comes out next with another gilt. This one, we can all see she gets a little soft in her top, and that takes away from her balance and proportions a little better. But angulation of skeleton, reach and flex, length through the front end, very, very good. Compliments definitely deserved on that one as well. The gilt that comes next, a little too dead level maybe in terms of making that hip and rear leg function ideally, but still another high quality one. A barrel that maybe wears out a little bit, but that's just simply because the angulation of the shoulder isn't quite there. And round out the class with another one. We just need to free up in her movement to move her up the line. Good class. Let's put our hand together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from class number 11. In first place, Case Chamberlain from Yuma County. In second place, Landon Charles from Kit Carson County. In third place is Callie Lemon from Elbert County. In fourth place is Jake King from Washington County. In fifth place is Addison Hodson from Weld County. In sixth place is Maylee McLennan from Adams County. In seventh place is Kinsey Bitterman from Elbert County. In eighth place is Destry Sumter from Los Animas County. In 9th place is Chloe Stevens from Weld County. And in 10th place is Walker McCormick from Logan County. Now entering the ring is class number 12 of our lightweights. These hogs range in weight from 240 to 244 pounds. So a reminder to all of our exhibitors, for friends and family unable to attend the 2022 Colorado State Fair Junior Market Shows, Taylor Fort and his crew is here through the weekend, live streaming our event. They do a world-class job. That live stream is available on Facebook. Search Taylor Fort or at taylor.a.fort. You can find the live stream on YouTube. Search Taylor Fort. The Colorado State Fair Market Hog Show will pop up. or visit their website at taylorfort.com/live. For any of your friends and family that are unable to attend Market Dog Show today, show is being live streamed at those locations.
Well, I think another a big class for sure. Certainly, lots of numbers out here, and it just depends on your structural sort here. I mean, there's so many of them that have what it takes to get in the pen, but you get around behind them, and the hocks are too outside or something like that. So let's give all these exhibitors a hand as they exit as well.
if you're standing ringside and did not hear the announcement in the sheep barn, if you have not yet turned in your Market Lamb weigh cards or your showmanship entry, please head over and do that. They are asking that those weigh cards be turned in by noon. You have just a little bit over 15 minutes. So if you've not yet turned in your Market Lamb weigh cards, please make your way over there and get those turned in by noon. If we could have James Rice come to the announcer stand, please. If we could have James Rice come to the announcer stand, please.
Well, certainly a trio of barrows out here that are really fun to analyze and break down, because there is a lot of differences amongst them that can be weighed on determining how this needs to line up. But for me, there's one out here that I think is the freshest. I think there's the one that offers the most extension, particularly through his front end. Just not that I need them to be way long and out there, but they need to offer, it helps in the whole picture of things. To have a neck that's got some length to it, to have that clean, cool look about it. Ties that freshness, ties that extension. I think is as comfortable as any of them out here on the feet and legs. No, he's not the biggest legged one out here, but that's where I got to sacrifice in this particular class. The young man right here, if you haven't figured it out by that description, has our class winner. From there, the one that's making all the noise right here is going to go second. He is a comfortable cat. Just one step after another, just so smooth, so even. You know, he's a little down on them feet. His neck isn't quite as trim and neat through that front end, and I think that's the biggest factor in the pair. But where he's good, he's so good. Just in terms of that comfort, back shape, hip shape, bigger legs, better Duroc spread than our class winner. I like that. That right rear leg isn't 100%. Between the neck and that, that's what sorts that pair. The one that comes out here, I think this one would take an unbelievable picture. But you get him out on the motion, and you can see that shoulder is just tipped a little far forward. That hinders his movement as he struggles ever so slightly to get out and go and grab that extra gear. He's got great shape. He's really good as you get around behind him in terms of squareness. Of the top three, he probably has the least amount of power. Not that that's a determining factor in my mind, but it is there. The gilt that comes out of 4. Solid gilt, no doubt. I like her squareness of build, her shape, her extension. She is stout. She's got a great skull on her. She's got big bones. She isn't quite as smooth in the movement out of her rear too as I'd like to see. But really, the wild white one here coming out next, he has got power to the hill. This one is big in his chest, big in his blade, monster, just thickness all the way through. To me, he gets where he's kind of waddling just a little bit with all that power. We just need to tie that together in just a little smoother package to make and run with him. Another one here that offers so much good in terms of just balance and proportions, but he needs to flex and go better in his skeleton, particularly off his rear to rise up the line. A gilt that maybe isn't quite as shined up or fluffed up as some others comes here, and this one deserves getting up there in the mentioning because the skeleton is really good. He's got big bones, cool looking gilt that deserves to be up there. One that is presented extremely well right here is stout featured. She needs to be smoother and more coordinated out of her hip and hind leg. Kind of a bigger, more extended one that just looks maybe a little bit, not my kind in terms of just having too much size extension and not looking in the freshest package as it all ties together. And then round out the class kind of the opposite side of the spectrum, one that's got some bulk but we'd like to extend and add some structure.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from class number 12. Your class winner is Levi Uris from Yuma County. In second place is Landon Charles from Kit Carson County. In third place is Jack Davis from Douglas County. In fourth place is Aiden Miller from Morgan County. In fifth place is Ashlyn Johnson from Weld County. In sixth place is Landon Coriel from Kit Carson County. In seventh place is Hagen Gardner from Larimer County. In eighth place is Levi Mock from Douglas County. In ninth place is Brady Hopkins from Weld County. And in 10th place is Olivia Dever from Weld County. Entering the ring now is class number 13, Market Hogs weighing from 245 to 248 pounds. Market Lamb exhibitors, you have about 8 minutes to turn in your weigh cards. Please be making your way over to the table to turn in your weigh cards. Following the completion of this class, we will bring all of our lightweight class winners and seconds back for the selection of our champion in reserve in our lightweight crossbred division. Following the completion of this class, we will select our champion in reserve in our lightweight crossbred division.
Well, certainly still some hogs that offer some quality left out in the ring, and let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
If you haven't yet had a chance to do so, please make sure to stop by the Colorado State University Department of Animal Science booth. They are having a daily drawing for some coolers, water bottles, and backpacks. If you'll get some free swag from Colorado State University, sponsored by Department of Animal Science, Colorado Beef Council, Colorado Cattlemen's Association, and the Colorado Livestock Association. They're going to have these drawings daily during the junior market show portion of the Colorado State Fair. They will make this drawing. Please be sure to enter before the final class of crosses here today. So if you'd like to win some free stuff today from Colorado State University Department of Animal Science, swing on over to their booth, visit with Sam, and she would be happy to get you entered in the drawing. Also, throughout the duration of the junior market shows, feel free to enter a drawing for 2 Nutrient Ag Day packages with 4 barbecue tickets, 4 football tickets, and 1 parking pass. Anyone can enter at the CSU booth by the end of the junior market shows for a great time sure to be had at the CSU Ag Day football game. Stop on by and visit with Sam over there. She'd be happy to answer any questions about Colorado State University and the Department of Animal Science that you may have.
Well, I think a class that lines up a little easier and one that has just got to win here with this barrel in front of me. This one is really comfortable in her movement. He's dead level in his top, with really a big back, great hind leg, good skull and neck. A lot of positives can be said about that barrel. I like him a bunch. The gilt that comes in second has some really neat features. This one is really heavy structured, awesome skull, big legs. That hind leg is just incredible how good it motion and goes. The profile is tremendous. Coming right at you, she's just a little bit narrower through her knee set than ideal. Beyond that, I think that one's got so much good going for it. The young man that drives this third place barrel has got a good one. This one's proportional, tall fronted, square built, not as flexible and good in terms of the angulation and just the athleticism of movement, and that's the only nitpick I'm going to have on that one here today. Really a neat, extended, shapely one that comes out of the fourth hole. I just love some of the features that this one has to offer. A good hind leg, those rear legs are set in between within himself. High quality hog to be in fourth. Coming out of fifth, this barrel is really massive and powered up here today. I think her skeleton gets a little too restricted to go any higher. Good barrel, the young lady drives out next. It's got some extension, got some flex, just needs a little more coordination in terms of her hip to really drive and go good. I like the pieces in this barrel a bunch. The tallness of front, the heaviness of structure, the right ideal length of body that this one has to offer. I think this one would have a really good hind leg. Something happened there, whether an injury or whatever, that takes away from it. Before that, or ignoring that, I think that one's got a whole bunch of good in it. The really well presented calico gilt that comes out next, certainly everybody can see the positives so easily. That one just needs to go out with more ease of movement to get any higher. Kind of a powerful, more moderate barrel that drives out next. You like those things about it, but you know, we just need more extension and look to drive up the line here today. And another good basic barrel that just needs to move with more ease out behind to rise any higher. Good class of crossbred market hogs.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from class number 13. Your class winner is Rory Wilbanks from Bent County. Second in class is Elena Consal from Rio Grande County. Third in class is Nicholas Hermes from Washington County. Fourth in class is McCrae McLennan from Adams County. Fifth in class is Quincy Basler from Washington County. Sixth in class is Ellie Davis from Douglas County. Seventh in class is Hayden Perkins from Gunnison County. Eighth in class is Hannah Davis from Douglas County. Ninth in class is Leah Richardson from Yuma County, and rounding out the class is Kiera Stroh from Delta County. Entering the ring now is your division drive for your lightweight market hogs. Coming to us from Class 9, your class winner was Olivia Dever from Weld County. Second in that class was Zach Vaughn. Your class winner from class number 10 was Jake King from Washington County. Second in that class was Haley Walker from Weld County. From class 11, your class winner was Case Chamberlain from Yuma County. Second in that class was Landon Charles from Kit Carson County. From class 12, your class winner was Levi Uris from Yuma County. Second in that class was Landon Charles from Kit Carson County. And rounding out this division from class 13, first in class was Rory Wilbanks from Bent County. Second in class was Elena Consal from Rio Grande County. This is your lightweight crossbred championship drive.
Well, this first division's been a nice start to our crossbred division, and no doubt we'll continue that trend and rise as the day goes on here. But I think I'm very pleased with all 5 of the class winning barrows out here. They fit the mold of a lot of things that I think are good and what we need to be doing out here. There's one out here that's just so extra comfortable, so well in terms of the shape and freshness, comfort and mobility, and enough stoutness. The winner out of that very last class right here will be our winner division. Well, I think it gets real close for reserve as you bring that second place one out. Certainly she comes into the mix in a big way. We talked about her positives in terms of being really stout in her feature, really great in her hind leg and profile. So those positives certainly come into play. One that I liked in class a lot was this young man's barrel right here. We're just talking about hogs here. Sorry for the excitement, but I like that one in class a bunch. You know, he was tall fronted, short back, really proportional. You know, in relation to a couple of these others out here, he doesn't just reach off those hind legs as good as he needs to probably. The little white one that wins that second class, you know, that one still has so much good about him in terms of his freshness, shape, and boldness. He too needs to just motor a little bit easier off his rear too as he goes. And then the other big extended black barrel on the far side of the ring. He has extra reach and extension and go. I think you get on this one, he's got enough power to reach. He's the one I like second best in this division. Congratulations to him.
Our champion lightweight crossbred comes out of class 13, Rory Wilbanks from Bent County. Congratulations. And our reserve lightweight crossbred comes out of class 12, Levi Uris from Yuma County. Congratulations to our lightweight class winners. Entering the ring now is class 14. This is our first class of medium weights. These hogs weigh between 249 and 251 pounds. Our first class of medium weight market hogs.
I think from the first glance of things, this is going to be a real fun class to sort, but let's give a hand to these exhibitors as they exit. Well, I knew this class would be give me all I could handle, if not more, because we got 7 of them out of here that went to the scales. They deserve to go to the scales and need to be in consideration in this class. The 4 that land out here, there's not a perfect one out here, but there sure is ones that offer incredible amount of good. It just depends on where a guy wants to put his priorities, and what he wants to sacrifice or what he wants to roll with. In this particular class, I think I'm going to maintain my mindset of going with something that's athletic, long in their stride, long in their length of front, fresh in their appearance, and the one that suits all those things the best is the young man in the center of the ring. We'll have our class winner. Now the one that comes in second is so close from being just a home run hitting machine. Young lady in the pink shirt, you've got one incredible barrel. This barrel is stronger on his feet than my class winner. I'll admit that. There's no doubt about that. He's stronger on his feet. He's more elevated in his appearance. I like those features about him. I love his proportions, his shape, his stoutness, his skull. Where's his one hole? Not saying that they don't all, but that rear leg. We just push that hock ever so slightly out there that it's just a little too much for me. I think that barrel's incredible other than that. From there, you know, we bounce back and forth. I mean, in a way we can talk about these parts and pieces so much, because where that one needs to be better, our next one has class advantage. The gilt is the best in her hock placement. As you get around behind her, she is the truest, squarest, travels the best that way. She is a monster in terms of her power. She is stout in her feature. In relation to those 2 barrels in front of her, she doesn't rise up and extend as much. You know, those are some nitpicky details, and I'm not sure exactly how it all falls in, but unfortunately she draws the short straw here. I think she's got a whole lot of good in her, but we got an extremely complex, deep class here. The 1 in 4. This is my kind, probably a month or 2 or whatever ago, I think, and just a wild guess. You know, I know we get these hogs to where, you know, we show them at a really old age, and there might be older ones in front of her. And I shouldn't be careful what I say because I don't know any birth dates, but there's just something about this one. You know, he needs to be just a little more youthful in his appearance. And I think the hind leg isn't 100% there either. Beyond that, that one has so many pieces of what I'm looking for, it ain't even funny. The red shirt man comes out here with one that comes out of the deal and he instantly grabs a pen. We think we're rolling to the top of this class without a doubt, because this one does have the athleticism, flexibility and reach of stride and squareness of the feet and legs that we've talked about all day. This one has it to a T. To me, he's just a touch rounder in his shape and a little shorter through his front. Same can be said about the black barrel that comes out next. Big legged, square to the ground, got the right angles and flex and reach. You get around behind him, he don't disappoint one bit in terms of his hawk placement, but then you go off to the side and you see those same things in the one front. Like I said, way deep class. Never dreamt I'd put a barrel like that in 6th, but I'm glad to say I've got a class good enough you can. 7th, I like that barrel a bunch. He needs to grab another gear and flex and go with more ease. As we go on down the line, barrels, gilts that offer a whole lot of good. What a tremendous class. Compliments to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 14. Your class winner is Trip Kaiser from Weld County. Second in class is Allie Stromberger from Logan County. Third in class is Cadence Funk from Weld County. Fourth in class is Corey Jenkins from La Plata County. Fifth in class is Jack Davis from Douglas County. Sixth in class is Carlina Tannen from Douglas County. Seventh in class is Landon Charles from Kit Carson County. Eighth in class is Aiden Miller from Morgan County. Ninth in class is Hannah Davis from Douglas County. And 10th in class is Parker Dressel from Yuma County. Coming in the ring at this time is class number 15 in our medium weight market hog division. Hogs weighing from 252 to 255 pounds.
Once again, a great class. I'm sure these exhibitors put in a ton of work and they deserve a round of applause. Congratulations to them. Well, certainly a class that just doesn't piece together just with 100% logic again, because there's a lot of give and take here on what you want to do, and it's not necessarily any certain type that you got to gravitate to or not. That's your preference, because there's just a wide variety of different factors involved in the decision here. You know, you had this class as a class of 4. I think we'd get a wide array of busts in a 4-H or college judging contest. And the one that leads off the class isn't one that necessarily gave me that first impression like she would be. I thought she'd be in the mix, but she rises to the top as we just go and go. Young lady in the blue gilt is going to go ahead and win this class. You step off this one and you just watch her go from the side, and that's when you just admire her as we go and go and go. You get around behind her, there's plenty to her. There's parts that could be better in her, but same thing can be said about some same areas of some ones below it. Young lady in the red shirt's going to be second. This one's proportions, it's got that short barrel back, a monster in terms of his power. He's opened up big time. He's comfortable in his movement. He's good in his skeletons. I really thought I'd run really hard with that one. Just as the drive wears on, he ends up being second as he hesitates a little bit out of that right rear. For third, we got one that is very comfortable and just hits out here and goes and goes. She's plenty soft on his front feet for me. Maybe not anything overwhelming in terms of power, but beyond that, really good design, really good angle and flex. I like that barrel a bunch. The super stout featured one comes in 4. You know, he standing still, that's one you really admire. He's got some big legs. He's tall fronted. He's got what we want. He just needs to go out and handle it and move. His hip and hind leg just isn't functioning as ideal as they need to be. The redhead barrel here coming out next is one that's got a tremendous amount of power, extension, stoutness a feature. His shoulder lays a little bit farther forward. He hesitates a little bit off his rear too. That's getting nitpicky, but that one has certainly some big time things to offer. As much of an athlete as any of them, it comes out of 6 here. He's really true and square and flexible. He needs to be blown up a little bit to play with the big boys that are in this class. It's a tough call there, but he slides out in that regard. The blue spotted one here that lands next is a power hog, no doubt, and there's things I like about this one a bunch in terms of his extra dimension that he is. I think he needs to tie it together just a little bit better to rise up the line. Young lady's got a neat barrel here that's got some elevation and extension. He needs to just have, something about the shoulder, front feet, just to relax him a little bit to get him going. Wild colored one coming out next is actually a really good gilt, just needs more bone and feature underneath. And we round out with one with plenty of shape, just stouting the feature on this one as well and square it up as it goes away.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from class number 15. First place, Avery Funk from Weld County. Second place, Piper Franz from Kit Carson County. Third place was Sydney Vaughn from Weld County. Fourth place was Leah Richardson from Yuma County. Fifth place was Emery Chamberlain from Yuma County. Sixth place was Case Chamberlain from Yuma County. Seventh place was Cade Simpson from Weld County. Eighth place was Olivia Dever from Weld County. Ninth place was J.C. Sumter from Los Animas County. And 10th place was Aiden Piddington from Jackson County. Entering the ring now is class number 16, our medium weight market hogs, class weights ranging from 256 to 259 pounds. Again, we would like to recognize Mr. Bo Sanders and his crew for being here through the junior market portion of the Colorado State Fair. They deal with all the weights and the scales, and we appreciate them bringing those scales and providing that service for all of our youth here at the Colorado State Fair. So again, thanks to Mr. Bo Sanders and his crew for all that they do for us here at the state of Colorado.
Once again, a very deep class of crosses. Let's go ahead and put the hands together for all the work they've put in. Well, a little different than the last class in terms of one that just falls together a little easier. Young lady here's got our class winner, just a super big-legged, fresh-looking, great skull, great jawline, tons of power, great shape in that one, presented to a T. Nice barrel to go ahead and lead off the class with. Kind of the sandy belted one will be in second here. And there's things about this one that's so good in terms of just the hip and hind leg movement. She's so true and square. She's comfortable. She reaches and goes, and there's plenty of mass and power. Maybe the color throws things off a little bit. I think the biggest difference in this top pair, as much as anything, is just that head and neck. I think we get a little neater jawline, a little more extension, and a little fresher look with a stouter skull in our class winner in relation to our second place. The powerhouse belted gilt that's really short in her side comes in third. And I think it's pretty simple. Those are the big terms to describe this one. And she's pretty neat. For me, she needs to motor and go with a little longer, easier stride off her rear two to play with the ones above her. The white barrel that comes out of 4, there's a lot of things the guys got to like about this one other than when he comes right at you. I think though he comes at you with a little more of a refined ankle and isn't quite as true and bold through all the way to the ground through his chest floor as the ones in front of him. But yet beyond that, he gives you a great profile, a great hind leg. There is a lot of good in that hog. The colored one that comes out next is one that kind of comes in and surprises the guy. I think he's tall fronted, he's proportional in his build, he's got tons of power going away, but yet he kind of stabs those rear legs in terms of his movement. You smooth him up in that regard, and I think that one plays a lot harder as well. The belted barrel that comes out next runs uphill. He's tall fronted, he's extended through there. He's got a great shape to his hind leg from the side in terms of that angle, the length of that rump. The shape is real good. You know, he got a little worn out, a little short striding. He too is another one that we just need to stouten up in his feature to really play in this game here. I like this barrel coming out next in terms of his extension and shape. He doesn't maybe hit the surface quite as true as the ones in front of him, but yet he's one that certainly deserves to be up there in the mix of things. Good barrel. Stout featured one that's got some shape coming next. Maybe not as opened up in the ground, maybe not as fresh in his appearance, but one in terms of not getting outside himself, he does that really good. A powerful wide belt gilt comes out next, needs to be cleaner, more extended through her front end, and we round out with kind of a short back, powerful barrel. We just like to stouten up as he hits the ground.
Congratulations to our Class 16 exhibitors. Your class winner is Avery Kimball from Montrose County. Second place is Allie Stromberger from Logan County. Third place is Audrey Davis from Douglas County. Fourth place is Case Chamberlain from Yuma County. Fifth place is Emily Samber from Washington County. Sixth place is Corey Jenkins from La Plata County. Seventh place is Aiden Pittington from Jackson County. Eighth place is Justin Fannebecker from Weld County. Ninth place is Brooke Vaughn from Weld County. And 10th place is Braden Fields from Weld County. Now entering the ring is Class 17, another medium weight market hog class. Hogs weighing from 260 to 263 pounds. Like to remind everyone, if you have friends and family unable to make the 2022 Colorado State Fair, and specifically our Market Hog Show today, Taylor Fort and his crew are live streaming the show. They do an excellent job. That live stream is available on Facebook. You can search Taylor Fort or at taylor.a.fort. You can find it on YouTube. Search Taylor Fort, and you'll see the Colorado State Fair show up. Or on his website at taylorfort.com/live. These guys are doing a great job for us through the Junior Market Show. We appreciate them being here. In addition, if you are looking for ring shots or backdrop photos, you can go to beverlyenglertphoto.com and find these Market Hog ring shots and backdrops. Beverly will be here during the duration of our Junior Market Show, and we'll be picturing all of our youth during that time. So we appreciate those guys live streaming the show and capturing these photos for these young kids. Again, we appreciate them being here with us for the 2022 Colorado State Fair.
I think in this class, much the same. If we just fix them up a little bit, feet and legs, give them a little more athleticism and flexibility, we could get a few more in these consideration of making the pens. But let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit.